And then we're gonna go over to the police station and okay. Yeah. Just check it out. Just go over here.
No, 1 inch. NYPD, excuse me, NYPD deputy commissioner. And I want you to listen to what he has to say, what they figured out about some of these kids protesting on these college campuses. And I want to get your thoughts and your opinions on that. Like, share, comment, and hit that subscribe button if you are new. And let's dive in.
I believe about 99% are students. And, Chief Shell's going to talk about some of the literature and the leaflets that we found that both of these sites, one being here at the new school, the other one being at the NYU. I just want to say, and I said it before, there is somebody behind this movement. There is some organization behind this movement. The level of organization that we're seeing in both of these encampments here and at Columbia, leaflets on how to protest, leaflets on how to commit civil disobedience, leaflets on what to do when you get arrested, leaflets on what to say to police when they ask you. There is somebody funding this. There is somebody radicalizing our students, and our Deputy Commissioner of Counterterrorism and Intelligence will find out who it is, and we're going to be asking them some questions. We do.
So this is a piece of literature amongst many that was we recovered from NYU, and this is, like I said, one of many. But I just want to read this to you.
Hold up, please.
Yep. It says, "Occupy the occupiers. Enter the temporary autonomous zone from New York to Gaza, from across Turtle Island. Disrupt, reclaim, destroy. Zionist business interests everywhere. Death to Israel real estate. Death to America unschooled. Long live the Intifada." So this is the mindset of some of these protesters, sure.
And did you have any greater difficulty at one of the colleges than another today?
No,
with resistance?
No, not at all. We gave the kids something they need to learn. We gave them options, multiple options, and what their options.
So there's no way around it. So the Most High, he's showing his power amongst the earth in these people when he chastised them, he cursed them for doing these wicked and abominable things, these wicked acts.
And when I get tested before I have children, they will tell me, you're a carrier. Is your spouse a carrier? My husband will get tested. He will not be carrier, and so we'll be able to have biological children without that particular fear. There are a lot of other genetic diseases that Jews tend to carry at times. People often talk about how our stomachs just do not work digestively. We are fucked. There's also a predilection for autism. Like, we have a larger percentage of autistic kids in our communities, autistic adults in our communities. And we have also like a pretty high percentage of people who have drug and alcohol addictions, a pretty high percentage of people who have different mental conditions, particularly depression and anxiety. And that comes from generational trauma. And I mean, also just even like regular trauma, like, because growing up as a Jew in the world is not dissimilar in some places to growing up as what you might imagine a marginalized person to be. Like, everybody often thinks that Jews are privileged, but it is so often that Jews experience trauma as children, as adults throughout their lives. And particularly if you look at people who fled Europe and even Holocaust survivors' children, they often have serious mental problems as a result of the trauma their parents experienced. So it's very similar to how other marginalized communities, like the Black American community, see generational trauma passed down. So that's something to think about. But in particular, I was talking about Tay-Sachs, which is fairly common among European descended Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, and in some other populations where there has been a significant amount of inbreeding. We have gray hair, but we do have some genetic diseases. So if you want to Google it, Tay-Sachs, Taysach, Tay-Sachs.
Okay, so we definitely have to talk about this. Inbreeding is an abomination. That is against the Most High Yahweh. That is an abomination. As the children of Israel, the real Jews, the real Israelites, are forbidden to do this. That is a big cut against the Ashkenazis, who call themselves Jews and are not, but are the synagogues of Satan. That is a big cut, because how do you keep all these feast days? Y'all say y'all follow Torah, but totally disregard in the Bible where it says, don't sleep with your father, don't sleep with your mother, don't sleep with your sister or your brother, don't sleep with your close kinmen or relative. I mean, how do you look over that? Well, we know how you look over it, because y'all are not actually the Jews. They're not actually the Jews. So they don't really keep the Torah. They don't really follow the commandments. They're pretending to do these things. This is abomination in the sight of the Most High. And then there's punishments for this.
If you read, I want to stop here because she's talking about that we already knew not to do this. If you read King Leopold's letter to his missionaries in Africa, he's going to tell his missionaries, look, that they already know not to do this shit. We do this shit, not them. We want them to start paying attention to the sky and practice astrology, so they'll forget the gold up under their feet. They'll forget that they are the jewels. Okay? So this is what I was saying. Go when you get a chance, everybody get a chance. And I did do a live reading of King Leopold's letter. I believe that's on my Facebook page, though, of King Leopold's letter. And I did break it down as best I could, like I do all their crap. Okay. That we already knew not to do these things.
point, it has not brought any change to Black America. Case in point, let's listen to this short video real quick just to give a small example of that.
As a Black person, I'm not trying to climb the ladder to get to where the higher white people are. That's our problem as Black people. When I got Black people with the slave mentality coming up like, no, we need to work hard. They're holding us back. They don't want us up there. Bro, I don't want to be up there with them. Do you see the horror they do up there? I don't want to be up there with them.
Black faces in high places are not going to save us. Just look at the Black proponents of Cop City in Atlanta's leadership class. Black faces in high places are not going to save us. Just look at the Black woman's hand, ambassador at the UN, voting against a ceasefire in Gaza.
Ruha Benjamin has said that's something you can just piggyback on all over the place. We've had Black people in high places, right? She's talking about Cop City out of Atlanta. How would any Black person who have had it just in our history with the police, why would you be saying, hey, Cop City is great. Let's go on and do that, right? As we stated earlier on our stream, these people don't believe they're part of our community. They believe there's something else. They believe they're boule. They believe they're elite. They believe there's something else. So while you are trying to put your faith in people who don't use us for money, right? So they can keep a position on the plantation to keep up the status quo. See, it's on us at the grassroots level to put a stop to those people, because now we have seen, we've had more than 50 years to see what Black people in high places produce. It produces nothing. It produces a Black gatekeeper in a system of white supremacy. That's all it produces. But yet that same Black gatekeeper will make sure that anybody who's of white, make sure the system is good for them. They will make sure it's good for immigrants. And definitely the immigrants who don't look Black, that's for sure. They're going to prioritize them, because if the Black immigrants was all treated good, why did you have the African immigrants protesting in New York saying, hey, wait a minute, we're not getting some of these resources that the other immigrants are getting. Why are we not getting it? Because you're Black. That's the way it works in America. You may be a Black immigrant and maybe they'll give you a little bit more of a leg up than a Black American, but you still Black, sis and brother. And that's the harsh reality of it. Every city that you got some Black mayor, some Black Congress people, the Congressional Black Caucus haven't done a thing for Black people. They're not doing nothing for Black people. They haven't fought for an anti-Black hate crime bill. They're not fighting for reparations. They're not fighting for anything. You got Wes Moore, he's the governor or so of Maryland. What is he doing for Black people in Maryland? What is he doing? Then you try to cover them and say, well, Phil, they just can't be the mayor or the governor for Black people. Huh? What we're saying is make sure Black people get the same equal shares than white folks get. That's what Black people are saying. We're not saying to get no more than anybody else. We're saying we want our equal share of what everybody else is getting. That's all Black people got to say. And you as a Black, so-called Black man or woman should be making sure of that, but you don't want to do that because you want to keep the status quo going. So what is the point of having Black people in high places when they're sitting up here working to make sure we stay at the bottom? We got Black people in these colleges. How do they help Black people? You don't see Black enrollment rise up because say, hey, wait a minute. We don't have an equal amount of Black people here. We need to make sure the enrollment is equal among everybody, right? And we don't have enough Black people, so we need to bring some more Black people in to make sure it's equal. All Black people are saying is, I just want equal treatment. I don't want to be Lord Master over nobody, just equal treatment. Even giving Black people equal treatment, there's people that don't want that. And you have...
A lot of people don't know this, but if you're stuck at a certain income level in your business and you've tried to do a lot of different strategies but keep hitting a revenue ceiling, then the business strategy is likely not the problem. It's most likely your subconscious mind that keeps sabotaging you. Let me explain. I went from working a full-time engineering job, making barely 6 figures a year that made me absolutely miserable, to starting my own online business and grew it to over 6 figures per month within 2 short years, which allowed me to quit my miserable job, travel the world with my wife, and do
a loved one are often disrupted with achy muscles, stiff joints.
That should disqualify him by itself from becoming the president again. All right, now, did the C of this section is a felony of the 4th degree. We're talking about a violation of section A, which would make what Mr. Tyson did a 2nd degree misdemeanor, and the penalty for that is not death. Police officers, like the killing of those 4 officers in Charlotte. That doesn't justify that. But I see a lot of bad cops. And just based on the data, again, it seems like a lot of white cops hate black men, in particular, and black people generally. More data. In March of 2019, researchers compiled and analyzed data from more than 100 million traffic stops in the United States. What they found, police were more likely to pull over black drivers. The researchers were able to confirm racial bias by measuring daytime stops against nighttime stops, when darkness would make it more difficult to ascertain the driver's race. As with previous studies, they also found that Black and Latino drivers are more likely to be searched for contraband, even though white drivers are consistently more likely to be found with contraband. They also found that legalization of marijuana in Colorado and Washington has caused fewer drivers to be searched during a stop, but that it did not alter the increased frequency with which Black and Latino drivers are searched. So those are 2 different studies that show Blacks are stopped more frequently, and whites, however, are the ones who are more likely to have the contraband. Okay? I mean, what explains that? At a minimum, it is racial bias. At its worst, it's racial animus, hatred. Now, some of you will make the argument, and it's really important that I point this out. Some people will see the video that we're about to look at and will say that Mr. Tyson caused his own death. I asked a friend, why didn't police shootings of black men seemingly bother him more? And he said, because I figure they always have done something. In other words, they brought it upon themselves. They deserved it. That is so wrong. And this is an African-American man that I'm talking about. That is so wrong to think that way. And let me show you why. So, one of the things that will be a key part of this case is the fact that Mr. Tyson is seen on video, and you'll see for yourself in a moment, what could be classified as resisting arrest. All right? In fact, let's just go on and say he resisted arrest. But the thing is, resisting arrest does not carry the death penalty. In the state of Ohio, here's their actual law on resisting arrest. It says, no person recklessly or by force shall resist or interfere with a lawful arrest of that person or another. Whoever violates this section is guilty of resisting arrest. A violation of Division A of this section is a misdemeanor, not a felony, not a capital offense, a misdemeanor of the second degree. A violation of Division B of this section is a misdemeanor of the first degree. A violation of Division C of this section is a felony of the fourth degree. We're talking about a violation of Section A, which would make what Mr. Tyson did a second degree misdemeanor, and the penalty for that is not death, not in any state. What should have happened to him was he should have been arrested, taken to jail, go to court, and deal with that misdemeanor, not die in the streets. My point that I'm trying to make here is the police's professional duties and responsibilities are not abrogated because someone resists arrest. That does not justify them taking that person's life. They are not the judge and the executor in the streets. They are law enforcement. They arrest, they take the person to jail, the person goes to court, the person deals with whatever the offense is, and the judge or jury assess the punishment, not the police officers out in the streets. As far as we can tell, Mr. Tyson was unarmed. The police has not said that he was armed in any way. So he was not a threat to those officers. Now, someone could say, well, he could have gotten their gun and shot one of them. Well, yeah, that could have happened. But the video does not show that he was trying to bring any harm to those officers. Rather, you're going to see in just a second, he was afraid that they were going to kill him. We're going to look at the video. Hold on just a moment.
Christians, did you know there's a biblical solution to getting rid of toenail fungus? It's been hiding in plain sight all this time in the Gospel of John. What's one of the scariest side effects of toenail fungus? Losing a foot. Anyone who has struggled with unsightly toenail fungus for more than 60 days needs to see this. What if I told you there was a way to easily restore feet to healthy, attractive, fungus-free levels in as little as 30 days? Well, there is. And the most shocking part is this discovery wasn't found deep in the labs of Big Pharma, but rather the Bible. Normally, a fungal infection starts when germs seep into one of the countless little cracks in the toenail. From there, it embeds itself deep in the cells of the nail and begins to spread. Most people usually first see a white or yellow spot under the tip of their toenail. However, by the time this occurs, the problem has already spread out of control. This is bad because if left untreated, toenail fungus can spread to other toes and even the rest of the foot, causing unwanted odor, brittle or cracked nails, and even a loss of mobility. In some cases, it can compromise the immune system, leading to blood poisoning, necrosis, and much, much more. But the good news is, one world-renowned longevity expert and former NASA scientist recently discovered a proven, all-natural way to restore healthy toes and eliminate that embarrassing fungus. It's a simple 7-second ritual that can eliminate even the toughest types of toenail fungus and stop it from ever returning. Now, the simple ritual doesn't require ineffective topical treatments or painful
students usually pay full tuition, full room and board, and the loss of even a few hundred students from China has a real impact on university finances. High-income foreign students from China with foreign students from other countries. This is an existential issue for colleges now because foreign students usually pay full tuition, full room and board, and the loss of even a few hundred students from China has a real impact on university finances. And they're hoping then to focus new recruiting efforts to other countries to plug these gaps in enrollment and in their budgets. And we came across this feature in Inside Higher Ed about how that's going. University admission directors are reporting high levels of fraud, and we'll share the link. It's not paywalled, so you can read it for yourself. Here is the process. Imagine a high school student from here in China. He wants to study university in the United States. He applies to a US university. If the US school accepts him, he will receive a letter of acceptance and a form called the I-20. The I-20, which also comes from the school. He then sets up an appointment at the US consulate or embassy, shows them these documents, the admissions form from the school and the I-20 form. And hopefully he is approved for the F1 visa. The F1 is the student visa. It goes into his Chinese passport, and that allows him to go back and forth between China and the United States to study. The F1 is also a non-immigrant visa. It's not intended to turn into eventual US residency or citizenship. Now, this part's important. A visa application for F1 with an I-20 letter from the university. These visa applicants move up the appointments list at US consulates. The school year will begin in a few months, so they need to get their answer right away. And US universities make a lot of money off of these students. So these appointments at US consulates, they get immediate priority. Lots of people want appointments at these consulates and embassies to get visas, but F1 visas, the student visas, mean that a US university is about to make thousands of dollars. So those applicants go to the front of the line. Going back to this article here then from Inside Higher Ed, universities are reporting two types of foul play, they call it. And this is the first one. Dodgy recruiting agents securing acceptance letters to make coveted visa appointments in their home countries or to speed up clients' visa processing. Here's how that works. Bangladesh's wait time for an appointment, just the appointment to meet with someone to get approved for a visa, is 247 days. That compares to just 8 days in China and 3 in Germany. So recruiters in certain countries are sending fake applications to US universities so they can be accepted into a US school, and now they move up on the appointment list. Then they sell that appointment to someone else who wants to meet with a consular official for their own visas. The student in this case never actually existed in real life. He was made up on paper only. But the university accepted him and is hoping he'll enroll. And this is a problem that is already well known in New Delhi, for example, where US embassy staff knows that this is going on. So that's the first problem they're wrestling with. Fake applications from fake students just to get the approval letters from US schools so recruiters in another country can sell the appointments to others who want a visa just to jump the line, in other words. The second problem involves transfer outs. Now, these are real students, and these students are admitted to go to the United States, then immediately transfer to a different school. Here's this part coming from an administrator at Cleveland State University. 1/3 of students from India transferred out immediately. 500 of those never even came to the campus at all. They just showed up somewhere else. And in the case of Cleveland State, the students transferring out were leaving to go to basically the same schools in Indiana, Kentucky. And those schools have online programs and policies that allow students to work immediately after enrolling. So in this case, the students are applying to schools that can offer I-20s, can issue I-20s. Then as soon as they arrive in the United States, they transfer to a different school and begin working and earning money. And officials seem pretty sure that this is how many of the students are getting around our H-1B visa rule, jobs that lead to long-term legal residency. And it isn't just students from India. Here they feature officials in Washington State who say that there are large numbers of Bangladeshi applicants who were admitted to their programs and didn't show up. School officials assume that the students from Bangladesh never got their visa approved, but they did, and they just went to nearby community colleges instead and started working. The American university system is facing now a day of reckoning. Nationwide, universities are down over $8 billion from where they were just about 3 years ago, when Chinese student enrollment was kind of peaking. They always knew this day was coming and were hoping they could replace Chinese students with students from India or Africa or other developing countries. These countries do not have the bureaucratic expertise yet to process the large numbers of students needed to come over in large numbers to replace these Chinese students so far. And as we see here, many of the students have figured the rules and are coming over not to study, but to work. Lots of problems to work out. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be good.
So I am what's called an Ashkenazi Jew, which you can kind of tell by my appearance. I look fairly white. Ashkenazi Jews are of Eastern European descent. And there's a lot of hear and say about what we are actually, but we have come to America for the most part from Eastern Europe. And the funny thing is, there was a bottleneck of Jews a couple hundred years ago in Eastern Europe, and a lot of us were murdered. This is not Holocaust related. This is another murder. If you want to look up the Wikipedia page, Genocide Attempts at the Jews, you can have a good time with that page. It's pretty depressing. But the funny thing about this one is that there were only about like 300 Jews at one point in Europe. So as a direct result of this bottleneck, which was either in the 1300s or the 1400s, all Ashkenazi European descended Jews are at least 30th cousins. I'll say that again, at least 30th cousins. So I am related, at least partially by blood, to every Ashkenazi Jew I
do. But it's really a trip, though, that this Arab had to say what he had to say. Those of you who are going to be watching. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the channel. I have a very, very fiery clip that I'm going to be sharing with you guys where this guy on the screen here, he is just lighting in. Before I get to that, I want you guys to share the broadcast, and we're going to be doing the same. Shalom to you, Brother Timothy and Devon and Brother Sean. Those of you who are going to be joining us live. Shalom to you. We are asking you all as well to share this broadcast. Very interesting stuff is going to be said in this video clip. Very, very interesting. Some people are just, they're boldly coming forward because they're like everybody else is, saying what's on their mind. We're going to say what's on our mind too. And so what this guy has to say, I think it's very, very interesting. When you look at the point that he's making, he has a right to make the point that he is making. So I want you all to consider sharing this. Those of you who are going to be watching this on the replay, of course, we want you to share it as well. So as I get this link put out there, I am ready to start the broadcast. This is some interesting stuff. So a lot of people are coming forward. They say, look, we've been quiet. We've been holding our tongue. Folk think that we can't speak our piece, that only one group of people can speak their piece. And they are tired of it. A lot of people are tired. And they're saying, look, nobody's calling for your head because we're speaking the truth. Speaking the truth does not mean that we are coming for you. We are just speaking the truth. But it amazes me how other people can say whatever they want to say. They say some things that are tripped out. I just shared earlier where one guy actually said that he's stronger than God. And I said, wow, you really think so, huh? We're going to see how well that stands up when you stand before him. See what kind of clout you're going to have when you have to explain to the Most High, because the Bible says every eye is going to see him, right? Every knee is going to bow. Every tongue is over for you when you stand before the Most High and explain to him that you think you're stronger than he is, and that you're unbeatable. Anyway, I'm going to be sharing this video clip with you where this guy right here, this Arab, he says that he and some Africans are Semitic too. So he says, you don't have a monopoly on Semitism. And he calls them the real you-know-whats. You see, ain't that something? No, he says, no, you all more so than we do. That's your ticket right there. You want to label others with that, but no, that's yours. This is what this Arab is saying. So give me just a moment, and I am going to be sharing that with you all because I definitely want you to hear what he has to say. I thought it was, not comical at all, but it was very fiery. He was very straight to the point, and he was very matter of fact concerning the issue as well. Okay. So without further ado, here is the clip. And of course, I will be right back.
Why is it that Jewish people have to monopolize this term of Semitism? Because Semitism is not a Jewish specific thing. The Semitic languages are more than Hebrew. Arabic is a Semitic language. There are African languages which are also Semitic. So I find it absurd and actually racist that it is only the Jews that get to use the term Semitism to describe themselves. For example, as Arabs, I am an Arab. One person I was speaking to in Piers Morgan's show, his name is Unholy Shmoli, and I was speaking to him and he said, you're an anti-Semite. I said, I am more Semitic than you because he is from European extraction. In what world is it okay for someone to call me anti that which I am, which they themselves are not. Now we have people who are European Jews who come from Europe, okay, come into an Arab like myself who speaks Arabic, and they tell me I'm anti-Semitic. I say, you are racist that you call me this. You have no monopoly on Semitism, no monopoly whatsoever.
So I think we can all agree that YouTubers make crazy money. Jake Paul, Mr. Beast, etc. But you got to understand, there's actually a new way to be able to profit from YouTube without having to put a lot of money into videos, without having to even show your face on videos, without ever having to edit the videos yourself. And it's called YouTube Hybrid. It's a method that me and my business partner, Joe, who's doing 130K a month with only because he gets views and he gets paid from the views from YouTube. And he gets paid 130K a month or more every single month consistently because of this viral formula that he and I have laid out. And we're going to give away today in a free training that we're going to cover the 3 steps of actually building a YouTube channel like that, like Joe is doing, not like Mr. Beast or any crazy shit. You can do that.
So there you have it. Did this guy explain himself right? What he is saying, biblically speaking, is the truth. But that whole thing of Semitism has been snatched up and applied to only one group of people. Now, even the Bible says that Abraham was the father of many nations. Now, of course, those in the truth, we all know that it's actually not Semitism, is actually Shem, because we descend from Shem, right? So they're not even doing that right. But what the point that the guy is trying to make is that they have tried to monopolize the whole thing and apply it to them. Now, if we were to say, or if Arabs were to start saying, or if any other Shemitic people were starting to say that people are being anti-Shemitic, then they would find some kind of way that to say that you're somehow anti them for saying that you are that as well. As a matter of fact, they say that you are denying them if you accept your heritage. So you're being anti-Shemitic if you claim that you are Shemitic too. How is that when Abraham was the father of many nations? So is the world agreeing that only one group of people gets to grab hold of this heritage that belongs to more than just one group of people? Now, I've said this before. Some of you all may not understand it, so I'm going to try to articulate it as best as I can. Okay? Esau and Jacob were brothers. So by definition, Esau is Shemitic. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. The Ishmaelites are as well. They are Shemitic as well. But there is only one branch of the chosen seed because the promise was given to the descendants of Jacob. Okay? It wasn't given to all Shemitic people, but to Jacob. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Anyone that comes, hold on one second. Anyone that comes through the line of Shem are Shemitic. It is what it is. It is what it is, family. And I've seen people have a hard time with that before. At the end of the day, what it boils down to is, are you grafted in? Right? And as for our people, the scripture tells us that we have to be regrafted in because we were broken off. So everybody's trying to qualify themselves as Israelites. That's a whole other topic right there. Stop trying to qualify yourself as an Israelite and make sure that you're grafted into the Father. Huh? That's right. Yamita says, yes, we're all Hebrews, but we are not all Israelites. Come on now. It's that simple. But some of us forget that. You better make sure your anchor holds and grips that solid rock, which is Yahushua HaMashiach. That's what we need to do. Making sure that our anchor holds and grips a solid rock. That's what we need to do. But it's really a trip, though, that this Arab had to say what he had to say. Those of you who are just joining us, you'll have to go back to the beginning of the video and see what he said. But he's basically saying that you don't have a monopoly. You can't have a monopoly on being on Semitism, even though they have snatched it as such, denying that there are other Semites as well, right? And he basically said, no, you all are the real racist in the world. Thank you, DSB, for the super chat. I appreciate it. He's saying that you all are being that against us. See, it's amazing to me that folk want to talk about how they feel concerning what others are doing to them. But the minute you start talking about, hey, well, look at what you're doing and saying about us. Look at what you said. You got these folk done called us monkeys and apes. They done called us all kinds of things, right? And we descend right from the seed of Jacob. We descend right from it. But they don't have no problems opening up their mouths against us. But the minute you talk about it, that's some serious sorcery going on in this world where you can't even speak about these people. That's right, Jacob's Ladder. They are a mixed seed, and that is what it is too. It is what it is. Anyway, there's a request. One of our moderators is asking that I play the clip again. So I will go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and play the clip again so that you all can hear it. And pay attention to what this guy is saying.
Why is it that Jewish people have to monopolize this term of Semitism? Because Semitism is not a Jewish specific thing. The Semitic languages are more than Hebrew. Arabic is a Semitic language. There are African languages which are also Semitic. So I find it absurd and actually racist that it is only the Jews that get to use the term Semitism to describe themselves. For example, as Arabs, I am an Arab. One person I was speaking to in Piers Morgan's show, his name is Unholy Shmoli, and I was speaking to him and he said, you're an anti-Semite. I said, I am more Semitic than you because he is from European extraction. In what world is it okay for someone to call me anti that which I am, which they themselves are not? Now we have people who are European Jews who come from Europe, okay, coming to an Arab like myself who speaks Arabic, and they tell me I'm anti-Semitic. I say, you are racist that you call me this. You have no monopoly on Semitism, no monopoly whatsoever.
Hello, I'm David Miliband, President and CEO of the International Rescue Committee.
Okay, so I want to bring some clarification to the person who asked about them being Japhetic. So just like with us, not every last so-called Black person is mixed, right? Not every last one of us are. Most of us are 3 generations removed, so we're back into the Black, if you know what I mean. But not everyone, like I pointed out about Lupita,
important. So if you're in the Houston area, go support the sister over there, the Water Tree, and all of that. A great part. Bring your 5-gallon jugs, or you can buy other products from there. And yeah, let's support our local businesses. Definitely in the Houston area. With that being said, we got hopefully a good show for y'all tonight. And somebody said something on the stream from the stream. We'll get to the rest of everything. Let me go look in the comment section real quick on my phone from last night's stream. Where is that comment? I saw it mentioning. Just give me a second. I'm gonna find it. Let me scroll down. Man, I know it's not that far down. Hold on. It was something recent they just said. Well, it was mentioning the super mayor, actually. God, that many comments come through before. They mentioned the super mayor, and it was mentioning that some news program was literally saying what I was saying verbatim about the super mayor, literally line by line. And I can't find that comment. I want to read it verbatim, what they actually said. But anyway, let me tell y'all something. The mainstream media watch this program. The people that support us watch, and the people that don't support us watch too. We have journalists all over the world who watch this platform. We got people that's watching to be trying to see what they can get from it. Do they reach out to us over here? No, they don't. A lot of them in the mainstream are threatened by their jobs with people like myself. People like myself don't want their jobs. That's the thing. Their jobs are secured. I don't want your job. I don't want your anchor job. I don't want none of that. I'm cool doing what I'm doing. I'd rather be a free Black man to have, my opinions and doing shows based off of what I want to do than having somebody else tell me what I can and can't say. Well, you can't say this about Biden. You can't say this about Trump. You can't say this about this particular billionaire. You can't, because they funding us. So you can't say, no. I'm free to whatever. So now I am cool. So yeah, I know they watch. I know. I've heard different people. I've seen people do different things. I stated things right here, and things have kind of took off on certain opinions at times. I'm like, okay, I know where that came from because I know when I said it, right? But it's all good. It's all good, dude. That's what we do over here, right? We are the underdogs here. We've always been the underdogs. We've always, are the people that's overlooked. But they don't understand fully what we're doing here. And that's good. You never want to be, I love being the guy that you underestimate. That's kind of been my thing my whole life, is that people always underestimate me. And that's actually my advantage. When people think you're bigger than what you are, then they kind of prepare for that. But when they underestimate you, and I always say the Southern accent actually gives me that superpower, believe it or not, because people think that people with a Southern accent is ignorant. And so I definitely going to always use that to my advantage. All right. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, like I say, as y'all coming in on in the room, you say Stone saving files in 2016. Okay. Shout out to Stone. Shout out to you, Stone. I greatly appreciate it. Since 2016, we have grown a lot. The show has changed a lot since 2016. And that's beautiful. It's also imperative that when we talk about the app, we need y'all to join that app. It's not just me talking, but you look at guys like Don Lemon, right? Don Lemon was on CNN forever, and then they just kicked Don Lemon out. Sure, Don Lemon got his check, and that's a good thing for Don, right? He had a guarantee. Good for Don. But they kick you out. Now you're scrambling to create something. If you're not owning something, they can kick you off of it. They can remove something. This is why it's so imperative that, like I said, I know some people say, but why? We need, like I said, we need to hit our 10,000 mark on that app. We need to hit that. I'm telling you, we hit that on the app, then we are so good at that point as a community. That's something we own, right? Because people could change the rules on these platforms at any given day and time. I've seen the rule changes. I've seen it happen. One point in time, you could show this. Now you can't show that. You used to say this. Now you can't say that. I remember when YouTube was the Wild Wild West. Man, you could cuss, fuss, go in, roast, long as you didn't like show some blood or whatever. I remember you can show fights on YouTube. Come on, y'all remember all that. I mean, YouTube used to, in a lot of ways, be hella fun in a lot of ways. But YouTube kind of moved to this extremely professional side of it. And I remember talking to people that like partner managers I had, it was telling me that's the way it was going. It was going away from that wild, wild west to all this professional stuff, right? So, and some people couldn't move with the transition. Some people kind of had to go away because they couldn't move with that. Now, I was already moving toward that anyway, right? So the final frontier for us is that app website. That is our final frontier. That is our own, because we get mad about platforms censoring and why they censor, why you can't say this, why we can't say that. This person removed my channel or moved my page from Instagram. I had 300,000 followers just because I made one opinion. They can do that. But if you had 300,000 people on your own platform, they couldn't remove those people, right? All these people gone. That's why I said, all we need is 10,000 right there. You know, if you're serious about Black empowerment, you're serious about doing things on our own, that's what we need right there. You know, so I'm just always going to have to emphasize that from now on. I see many people joining, bravo, but we got to hit our mark. Now, on to the regular scheduled programming. Devotional. We got to get that done. And then we're going to talk about our topic, ladies and gentlemen. So let me see. You know, we've got to switch it up. So we did Eric Mays. So let's go to...
Here's how soldiers eliminate mosquitoes around them in just 90 seconds or less. This tiny tactical mosquito repeller is taking the world by storm. It creates a mosquito-free zone.
Sister Tiffany.
Y'all forget I am the leader. They want to hear from the mayor. If y'all ain't learned that yet. The mayor, not the trustees.
He says, Beyonce, your queen, but what has she said about Gaza? Well, Beyonce is not my queen. Beyonce is a fellow Houston native. Beyonce is a sister in the community. That's for sure. But Beyonce is not no one's queen, but she's good at what she do in music. She's really good. So shout out to Beyonce. He says, Kendrick Lamar, your GOAT, the greatest of all time. But what has he said about Gaza? Now, Kendrick Lamar is really putting Drake, he's handling Drake. So we don't even need to go there, right? I mean, you could do a whole stream on Kendrick Lamar, how he has surgically annihilated Drake in ways that people haven't seen in a long time in the area of wordplay. So that is a total different thing. He says, Zendaya, actress Zendaya, you're everything, but what has she said about Gaza? I mean, okay, Zendaya is an actress. Why is he saying this woman is, I guess because he's talking to Black America, our everything. I don't know where he get that from. I mean, shout out to Zendaya, though. Have nothing against the young lady. He says, your favorite celebrities have given the most cowardly endorsement, let's say, of an Israeli-U.S. genocide. He says, silence. Okay. So we wanted to make sure to read that so we won't misquote anything. And just we got some questions to ask here. All right. So before I get started, let me say my personal opinion before we get started. I lean on the guise of world peace. I believe in world peace. I would like to see all men and women live equal. I would like to see everyone frolicking in the streets and playing with their kids and going to restaurants and movies and concerts and raising their kids and family and taking vacations and all the different things that people do is great, right? I want to see that for every human being on the planet, including the Palestinians and the Israelis. I would prefer to see that for everybody, right? Now, that is my personal opinion about that. Now, outside of that personal opinion that I have that represents what I say, I have nothing else to say personally. Why is that? Black Americans I'm just going to talk about what I see on the collective. Collectively, Black Americans, I'm not going to speak on how they feel, like how I personally feel about peaceful things, but Black Americans collectively has stayed out of that. And based off of what I see, what I'm hearing from Black America, and I can bring this commentary so maybe you could stop asking those questions, right? And then we're going to ask about why we got to be the biblical sacrificial lamb. Okay, this is the problem. Black Americans was everybody's sacrificial lamb. Everybody's. We always stood up for everybody because we have a bleeding heart. And we say, you know what? We don't like to see oppression of other groups of people. Look what's happening with the immigrants coming across the border. Oh, we got to stand up for them. That's not right what's happening to, the brown community. That's not right. We got to stand up for them. People like Jesse Jackson and many others would go to the border and stand and fight for, people that's in the brown community, right? And then later, when it comes to, okay, now you're in positions of power, now you're in a way that you can help us politically as supposed to be our Black and brown allies, right? We talking about collectively. We're not talking about individual people, because I know individual people in all groups can be great and for the cause, but we talking about collectives here. We talking about collectives. Collectively, everybody get their leg up and they say, I don't know what's going on with Black. Yeah, y'all handle your own. We ain't trying to be with y'all. We got our own issues and problems. Okay, fine. Look at the folks. We have done for them way more than we've done for any other group, right? Every single time. Let's go all the way back to the Revolutionary War. They couldn't beat the British without Black America. They couldn't do it. They wouldn't even start the Revolutionary War without Crispus Attucks. So we say, okay, we'll help y'all because we tired of being in slavery. So we'll go on and help y'all. Okay. Black folks fought, got the British off of their backs. What did those people do? What did they do? They put our ancestors right back in slavery, right? Then fast forward to the Civil War. The Confederates was kicking the Union's butt in the Civil War. What did they do again? Hey, Black people, if you come help us, we'll get you out of slavery. And until Black folks joined the Union, that's when the battle started turning and the tide started turning, when Black folks got in the Civil War and fought. And we were doing it for ourselves, but hey, it's still helping them, right? Okay, after the Civil War, you got your 10 years or so of Reconstruction. They trying to be good on what they claim. Black folks are thriving real fast in Reconstruction, right? Until the Great Compromise. In the Great Compromise, they were threatening another civil war. It said, if you don't remove them Union troops out of the South and let us do what we want and set up our own laws or whatever, we're going to start another civil war. They compromised with that. And then that's when the Union troops were removed and we were betrayed again. You understand? Okay. Every conflict, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, every issue in this country, here come Black America to get involved and save them. All the medical inventions that Black America created, right? To help save them. All the innovation in so many different things in this country, Black Americans created to help them. They living today still off of the inventions and innovation of Black America, and didn't look out for us at all. They didn't share with that generational wealth that we created. They took it all, right? They're the main one always looking at Black Americans to save them. Black people, get out to vote. We don't want Trump. Why only us? Why are you always looking at us as the sacrificial lamb for everybody? Right? We can talk about this current conflict. Let's center back to the folks first. You're always looking at us, even in slavery. We did everything but and wipe your behind. You couldn't even wipe your behind right without Black America. We're always there to save you. Even on TikTok, if you on watching on there, they got this thing called Black Wife trend or whatever it's called, where they talking about these non-Black men basically getting with Black women, and basically Black women are basically turning them into non-Black versions of Black men. Let's call it what it is. That's exactly what they're doing. So the white women are asking the Black women, can you do that for my husband? And then now they catching on to this. Hey, this ain't slavery. What are you talking about? But once again, they want to do everything for them. Right? They were sitting up there letting they forced Black women, forced Black women to be wet nurses for them. Wet nurses basically had Black women taking all their breast milk away from their babies to give it to theirs. I mean, this is how much that Black people did for them. Okay. Even to this day, they still looking at Black folks on Democrat and Republican side, even with the election. Black people, we got to get Trump in there because this country, man, we need Black people. The Democrats, we need Black vote. Everybody fighting for the Black vote. Why we always got to be coming to save everybody? Why we got to be the sacrificial lamb from the Bible? Then we get no reward out of it. I can understand that we were sacrificing and we were benefiting off the sacrifice. We don't benefit. Our people came home from fighting wars across the seas and came right back to this country and still call N-words and put on trees in a military uniform after going to fight for this country. Why do you think a lot of Black folks today are really not there? I'm cool on that military. Some will get in it because they really want those benefits. But a lot of Black folks say, yeah, I'm cool on that because look at how Black people are treated. You're not even respected as a veteran. You're not respected as a man or a woman, but you go make a sacrifice. The Asian community, when they first came over here, they were heavily discriminated against. They went to the Black community. Who supported them? Black people. Why? We made all the Kung Fu movies popular. We would go to their restaurants when the folks didn't want nothing to do with their food. The folks didn't want them in their neighborhood. We supported the Asian community. What did they do when they got their leg up? Now they're trying to literally run a cartel with the hair care industry. They want to cut out Black folks out of the industry they should be running, right? When they first came here, they wasn't like that. They didn't get to that point and they still living off of Black folk, right? What allies do we have as a collective, not a few individuals, as a collective from the Asian community? We don't have allies like that. We don't. So we said, okay, cool. That's no problem. Fine. The stick that broke the camel's back with them, because see, all of y'all has done something though, is the stick that broke the camel's back. With the Asian community, the stick that broke the camel's back for us as a collective, from what I've seen, the Stop Asian Hate campaign. Let me tell you why. Instead of you pointing out who's really doing the Asian hate, which were these racist white supremacists, you point out some mentally ill Black people out of two cities, New York, San Francisco. Then we noticed a pattern. Every time they did something to one of y'all, they was wearing some sort of pink hoodie, some pink or red hoodie. All of them kept wearing the same kind of hoodie, the same kind of hats. We caught on to a pattern and say, bruh, are these people sent to do this? And they telling them where it is, because see, everything is caught on camera in New York. They got surveillance everywhere. And then we watch CNN and MSNBC propagandize us. We watch Juju Chang and all these Asian actors propagandize us. Don't talk about the white supremacist male in Atlanta that went in there and literally shot up a massage parlor of Asians, shot him up. Don't even talk about him like that. But you talking about these few mentally ill Black people who are, and the majority of them were immigrants, right? But you said it was Black Americans. That's why delineation also came in, because see, with the delineation, that don't work as easy no more, right? But you set up their Asian hate campaign. What we learned was, oh, this is how they pass laws. They gotta throw it on black people. And if you throw it on black people, that's how you get it passed. You can't get a law passed saying white supremacists doing it to you. You could only pass it when you say it's black people. And then when they did that, the anti-Asian hate bill and all that, all the COVID-19 bill, all of a sudden, all of the hate against Asians all mysteriously vaporized the moment they got that sign. And I got a good lesson myself in how propaganda works in real time. Okay? Black Americans haven't forgot that. Just haven't forgot it. So when something happened to them, we're like, yeah, we cool. We cool. Do you. Remember, we attacking you, right? So we good. You got the East Indians, you got groups, you got Arab groups. Let's talk about Palestinians. If you want to go there, who called the police on George Floyd? Why would you even call the police on him? Just ban him from your store and kick him out. And say if you come back over here, I'm going to call the police. It wasn't even warranted all that. If that dude would just ban George Floyd from their store and say, hey man, you come back, we'll call the police, maybe we wouldn't be discussing the name of George Floyd. But they're supposed to be our Palestinian brothers, right? We've watched every group, no matter what group it is, no matter if it's LGBT, if it's white feminists, you name it. These women's marches, black people, male, female, have lent their voice, their moral capital to all these other groups. And in the end, we are always left looking bad. Look at George Floyd. It wasn't a majority of black Americans out there destroying cities. It was young white folks called Antifa running around here destroying property. Okay? Now, if that was really black folks, they would have shut that down. These young, I never forget that video out of California where one of them was up here spray painting George Floyd and one of the brothers stopped him and said, hey, don't be doing that mess. What you doing? You're not even from this neighborhood, and ran them away from there. But you know what? Why isn't Antifa all locked up? They was doing the majority of the destruction during George Floyd, and all of them was the folks. Clearly, you saw that's what they were. They were attacking cops. They were throwing rocks. They were throwing water bottles. Go back to that footage. You see that's who mostly got the stuff jumped off. Was them. We were taking it up a notch to destroy property.
Ideas are so important, and the way we treat ideas can determine the way new ideas will come to us. In Genesis, the Lord God says, "My spirit will not always strive with man." If divine ideas keep presenting themselves and we do not value them and treat them properly, then what we may do is hinder or stop the flow of divine ideas in our consciousness. One of the greatest things that you can ever learn is how to appreciate the value of ideas. Now, good health, happiness, love, success, prosperity, money, anything and everything are psychic entities. Now we're dealing with a term that I want to offer definition for. Psychic entity. Say that. Now, a psychic entity, according to the definition of the learned Reverend Ike, who is an authority on everything, a psychic entity is a specific living identity or idea in the mind. A psychic entity is a living idea in mind, a mental personality in consciousness. And every idea lives or dies in and of the mind. Every experience or condition lives in and of the mind. Every idea is a living thing that feeds upon the mental energy, the thoughts, moods, attitudes, and beliefs of the individual mind. This last sentence is so important that we're going to belabor it for a moment. So repeat after me. Every idea lives. Every idea lives or dies in and of the mind. Every experience or condition lives in and of the mind. Every idea is a living thing. Now that's interesting. Every idea is a living thing. But more than that, every idea is a living thing that feeds upon my mental energy. Together? The individual mind is a dwelling place and a feeding place, an eating place for ideas. That's not on the lesson sheet, but that's so good, I'll see if I can remember to repeat that again. The individual mind is a place of residence, an eating place, a feeding place for ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, there are always ideas feeding upon your mental energy. kind of spooky. So let's throw a question in here. What kind of ideas are feeding upon my mental energy? Together? I'm reminded now of the kingdom of heaven parables, which we studied some of a few weeks ago, where Jesus kept telling what the mind is like by beginning the kingdom of heaven parables with the statement, the kingdom of heaven is like unto. And so in this instance, we may say that the kingdom of heaven, or the individual mind, is like unto a feeding place, an eating place. Why? Because there are always ideas feeding upon the energy of your mind. The mastery of life consists in you determining and controlling the kind of ideas that feed upon your mental energy. This is what makes a master. And this is applicable to what the Master Jesus said when he said, "You shall know the truth, and the truth will make you free." When you know that your mind is a feeding place, an eating place, a place of residence for ideas, and you know how to nourish right ideas and how to starve out negative ideas, then you become a master. So any thought, mood, attitude, or idea that presents itself at the table of your mind to be fed, if it is not good, don't feed it. You may simply say, "You won't eat here." So let me hear you do your finger like a fan, like this. Say, "You won't eat here." The kingdom of heaven, the mind in the individual, is like an eating place, a feeding place. And there are always ideas feeding upon the energies of your mind. And may I say to you that many times this is why a lot of people feel physically weak and depleted when there's no physical reason. Because they have been giving the energies of their mind to negative ideas. Somewhere in the scripture there's a quotation that says, "The zeal of thine house hath eaten me up." And one can be spiritually, mentally, and physically eaten up by negative ideas. Because whatever you feed, or whatever feeds upon the energy of your mind will grow. This is why people have these negative hallucinations. The pink elephant is a psychic beast which is fed upon the mental energy of the drunk until it confronts him the next morning when he opens his physical eyes. Whatever you feed, or whatever you let feed upon the energy of your mind, will grow. Because ideas in the mind are living things, psychic entities, living entities. Feed the idea of good health, and that idea will be nourished and it will prosper. Feed the idea of happiness with the energy of your thought, with the energy of your mind, and that idea will grow and prosper. Feed the idea of love with the energy of your mind, and that idea will grow and prosper. Feed the ideas of success, prosperity, and money, and those ideas will be nourished. They will grow. They will expand in your experience.
So I want to show you something that's going to sound a little bit.
No offense, but if you still
Hey y'all, Coach in the Fight, talking about weapons. Now, we hear a lot about
Now, every individual must come to a point of divine self-mastery, of mind self-mastery. And that's not optional. You have to think your way out of hell because you thought your way in, or other people, or you let other people think you in. Someone had the question once that said, do you think or do you think you think? And it's a good thing to ask yourself the question. I mean, do you think or are you simply letting other people's opinion function as your thinking? Is it your mama thinking? Is it Aunt Susie thinking? So I want you to have a sense of being about the Father's business, understanding the importance of what you have to do in eternity, and really getting down to work. If there is something that's been troubling you and you want to get rid of it, stop feeding it in your mind. For where the attention goes, what? The power flows. Redirect your attention. According to the lesson sheet, the mastery of life consists of deliberately and consciously choosing the ideas, the psychic entities, which you will entertain and nurture in the house of your mind. Now, I want you to make this homework. Sit down and think about it. In the Bible, and Jesus quotes it, it is said, my house shall be called a house of prayer. And house here indicates the mind, the consciousness. So let's say together, my mind shall be called a house of prayer. Say it again. The third time. Now you see, this is really what the mind is to be. It is to be a house of prayer, a house of praise. There's another portion of that scripture. My house shall be called a house of prayer, but you have made it a den of thieves. When you permit negative ideas to come into your mind, they steal the energy, the power of the mind, and dissipate it negatively. So examine your mind very carefully and kick out all the thieves. Anything that would steal your peace, your contentment, your joy. Anything that would steal your lovingness, get rid of it, because my house shall be called a house of prayer. In other words, my mind should always be in communication with God, infinite good. My mind should always be in communication with God, infinite good. Let me say it. Is always in communication
can see by the title what they're trying to do. You can go to congress.gov, HR 6090, and it's going to pull right up. View it for yourself. It reads, mega conservatives voice outrage at congressional Republicans voting for the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act over the concerns it would make the Bible illegal. You can pause it and read it for yourself. It's a lot going on with this bill. This is why they really want to ban the Bible. Revelations 3:9. Behold, I will make them of synagogue of Satan, which they say they are and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee. They're saying that they are true, but they're not. They're from the synagogue of Satan. I'm talking about the Ish people that's over there. The true people are right here in America. You're looking right at them. You're looking right at them, and this is why they want to ban the Bible, because it's saying that it's anti-Semitic. But the greater question is, why do it now? The Bible been here for thousands and thousands of years. So I advise people to get a hard copy and get it in your possession and keep the word of the Most High close to you. All praises due to his son, Yahusha. All praises due to our Adonai, Yahuwah. We will never stop serving him, ever. Also, wants to ban all side hustles. He truly believes that the economy is stronger than it ever has been before, and the unemployment rate is less than 4%, which is a complete lie, but this is what they're looking to do. Meaning he wants to ban Lyft, Uber Eats, Grubhub, Secret Shoppers, hair, nails, etc. This bill will go in effect June 23rd of this year. The messenger, I'm just spilling all the beans and letting you know what's going on. Lastly, they are saying TikTok will be shut down and banned September the 9th, according to Congress and the Senate. So we only have a few more months to get this information out here. Do as you will. I'm stating to you, there will never be another app like this, ever. So get the information out now. Ultimately, we have to wake up. There's no more time to be playing around. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. And I'm talking to the children of the light. Please share the video and get the info out to everyone. At Sean the Model on my IG page, if you don't see my page on here anymore, and go do that now. Shalom, family. I love you. Now is the time to wake up. Pursue the Most High with your entire existence. I love you. Let me get this straight. You mean to tell me the people are burning the Bible because they're finding out that the Messiah is melanated, he has brown skin complexion, so they have hatred towards that and they're going out there burning the Bible? You cannot make this stuff up. This is happening in 5 different states right here in America, and it's happening in other countries as well. I'm about to roll the clip of them talking about this madness. If you have not noticed, we are living in the end times, so we truly need to pray. I'm about to roll the clip. Listen and pay attention.
Wilson County deputies were called out to the intersection of Old Lebanon Dirt Road and Chandler Road. Mount Juliet police and firefighters also came. After the fire was put out, deputies discovered the trailer had Bibles inside. They believe the trailer was dropped off in the middle of the intersection and intentionally set on.
Without Project Clean Slate, there is no telling where I would be right now.
It gave him back his life, because once he got the felony, it seemed like life was over.
Being unemployed, being depressed, being a burden. Project Clean Slate helped wipe those things away. I can't say thank you enough. I am now able to work for a reputable airline. Detroit had my back, all because I live in Detroit.
You know, we've had people do things to our building. We've been vandalized a number of times, hence we have to have security, but never a Bible trailer, 200 Bibles being burned. That's a pretty rebellious statement, towards the church. But again, we're just going to keep moving forward.
Anyone with information or additional camera footage of the incident is asked to contact the Wilson County Sheriff's Office.
The real reason they are burning these holy Bibles is because it is a timeline. They have to burn the Bibles because people like myself have figured out the timeline, which means that we are a couple of steps ahead of them. Listen, not just a step. Oh, I am years ahead of what they had planned for this world, not just the United States, for the world. You all remember the book of Eli? No tissue. Tissue was super expensive, and they had no Bibles. They were looking for Bibles because if you understand how to read a Bible, then you can get well ahead of these people. And as long as you have people like myself exposing how to read these Bibles and understand the timeline, oh, we go get their entry. We coming. And I'm not gonna stop until take me home.
Hundreds of Bibles set on fire Easter Sunday outside a church in Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Authorities say the fire was intentionally set. A trailer of 200 Bibles dropped off around 6 a.m. Sunday morning at an intersection in front of Global Vision Bible Church before a man burned them. The church's pastor, Greg Locke, shocked after returning from Israel the day before, says the building has been invaded.
I don't know what else to tell you, pimp. And if you need a greater reason as to why you need to leave the United States of Boo, make long story short, because of this new bill that they done passed, and I don't know why there's some bills left in mother that don't make no goddamn sense. What's so goddamn mother? Make long story short, the Holy Bible will, and then they're gonna change it to a brand new motherment. They done turned against their own people. It was only a matter of mother time before they had turned against their own goddamn religion. So, make long story short, if you can't think of another great reason as to why you need to leave, I don't know what else to tell you, pimp.
Videos like these make you ask why the many have to give heed to the few. As in, why should the many always listen to the few, even if the few don't really respect the rights of the many, or they don't consider the many? And that is the reason why in the other video we did, I talked about how sometimes this racial discrimination or racial biases, particularly palm color confirmation biases that go unnoticed, embedded in their subconsciouses. And when you point it out to them, they even dismiss it because they are not aware that it is there. It takes place deep in their subconscious minds. Now, phenomena like that one are strategically implanted in them as they are still toddlers, and as they grow, these phenomena or notions are used by the elites to control us into separating, into dividing ourselves and having tensions and conflicts amongst ourselves so that we don't come together. And even if we agree racially, we still have religion dividing us because Muslims are not pretty much affected by the ban of the Bible as Christians are, and so on and so forth. And have you ever wondered what would happen if the Muslim holy book would be banned instead of the Bible? In fact, who would even suggest such a thing? Banning the Muslim holy book? That's unheard of. In both Muslim and Christian countries, you wouldn't walk free in the public. Just think about it. Nobody touches the Muslim faith. Why? Because they are united. They stand in unity and they speak against phenomena as a whole. Unlike the Christian faith, we are divided in Christianity. We have sub-religions in one religion. Hence, people can't even mobilize in situations like this one. And this church in Tennessee is the only church talking about this incident because it happened near its building. But where are the rest of the Christians? Where are other brothers and sisters in the Christian faith? Where are other pastors, other women of God and men of God? Why are they not helping this pastor talk about this and bring awareness to the situation? But if it were any other religion, I'm telling you, the whole social media platforms would have heard of this. In fact, even media outlets would have talked about it. If they were setting ablaze their holy books in other religions, somebody would have been held accountable and gotten arrested eventually. But I am telling you, the reason why they're doing this is because the truth is in the Bible. They might have gotten some information out, but the truth is still there. Because the Bible does mention instances where there might be the opposition to spread the word of God and congregating from the sake of knowing the truth. And information concerning this discussion is found in the New Testament, specifically in the book of Revelation. In Revelation 13, verse 7, it speaks of a time when authority will be given to a power to make war against the saints and to overcome them. So this can be a time where there will be a persecution against believers, possibly including restrictions on sharing the word of God and gathering for worship. And then in Revelation 13:15, it mentions an image of a beast being set up, and those that do not worship or bow down to this image
land in Palestine, 90% of the people living there were not Jewish. Just 31 years later, most of them were gone.
כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה?
לא ספרתי. אני לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע עם 250 כדורים.
This is the story of the British promise that led to the destruction of Palestine and the creation of the State of Israel. Let's start with the obvious question. Why were the British making promises about other people's countries? The short answer, empire is one hell of a drug. This was World War I, and the British were making lots of promises. In addition to promising a Jewish homeland in Palestine, they promised Arab leaders independence if they rose up against Britain's enemy, the Ottoman Empire. The Arabs did. Hollywood even made a movie about it.
Arabia's for the Arabs now. That's what I've told them anyway. That's what they think. That's why they're fighting. Oh, surely.
A month after Balfour's letter, British troops took Palestine, ending 400 years of Ottoman rule. The people who lived there were Arabs, mostly Muslims, but there were Christian and Jewish minorities too. There was also a tiny number of European Jews who in the late 1800s had started building small colonies there. The idea of building up a Jewish presence in Palestine became known as Zionism, but it stayed a fringe movement among European Jews. Many of them felt they shouldn't have to leave their countries to avoid persecution. But Zionism as a political movement took a big step forward with an Austrian man called Theodor Herzl. And this guy is a very important name in this story. In 1896, he published Der Judenstaat, or in English, The Jewish State. In it, he said the only way for Jews to avoid Europe's anti-Semitism was not just to leave, but to have their own country. And Herzl didn't just write. The next year, he organized a conference in Basel, Switzerland, the first Zionist Congress. The attendees agreed on a program which sought, among other things, to establish a Jewish homeland in Palestine and promote Jewish settlement in Palestine. From here on out, the Zionist movement became very active, setting up funds to promote Jewish immigration to Palestine, companies to buy land there, and recruiting representatives to advocate for their cause with different governments. A few days after the conference, Herzl wrote this in his diary.
At Basel, I founded the Jewish state. In 5 years, perhaps, and certainly in 50 years, everyone will.
He was only off by 1 year. Okay, so that is a lot of history, but it's important because the Zionist movement is a critical part of the story going forward, especially after it found a friend in the British government, where a lot of high-ranking officials supported Zionism, sometimes for unexpected reasons. Prime Minister Lloyd George, for example, was a Christian zealot who believed gathering the Jewish people in Palestine would bring Jesus Christ back to earth. Others, like Balfour, believed that getting the Jewish people out of Europe and into their own country would be a good thing. Herzl was pretty visionary when he wrote that the anti-Semitic nations will become our allies. Meanwhile, the Zionists assured Britain that their future country would be a reliable ally. So that's the backstory of how European anti-Semitism, Zionism, and British imperialism all led to the Balfour Declaration, this British promise to build a homeland for Jews in Palestine. Now we're going to look at how Britain did that. World War I had been a conflict between rival empires, and the winners set up the League of Nations to distribute the losing side's territories between them. They called it the Mandate System, putting territories once controlled by the Ottoman and German empires under the, quote, tutelage of advanced nations until they became independent. Britain was given the mandate over Palestine, but the Palestinian people were never asked what they wanted or what independence would look like to them. Listen to what Balfour wrote
to go through consulting the wishes of the present inhabitants of the country.
Instead, it was the Zionists who were consulted about what their vision for Palestine was, and so the mandate ended up incorporating not just the Balfour Declaration, but several clauses requiring Britain to ensure the establishment of a Jewish home in Palestine. British rule was very accommodating to the Zionist project. The Jewish community in Palestine grew with big waves of immigration. They had their own schools and factories and even their own militia, the Haganah, and they were led by the Polish-born David Ben-Gurion, the leader of their representative body, the Jewish Agency. To the Palestinians, it was clear that Britain wasn't delivering them independence. It was delivering their country to other people. In 1936, they went on strike. British forces tried to break the strike with arrests, torture, mass punishment, and executions. Leaders were exiled, weapons confiscated, and houses blown up. Palestinian fighters attacked British and Jewish targets, while British and Haganah forces would carry out joint raids on Palestinian villages. Something had to change. The British government sent a commission called the Peel Commission to figure it out, but their proposed solution was typical. Just draw another British line on the map, divide the country, give this part to the Jews and this part to the Palestinians, and make that part of Transjordan next door. Oh, and because the Palestinians were a majority in the country, 250,000 of them would have to be removed by force to make the Jewish state viable. Remember, these were the proposals that were meant to calm things down. Spoiler, they didn't. Instead, the revolt continued until 1939, by which time about 10% of Palestine's adult male population had either been killed, injured, arrested, or exiled. The British government really needed a solution. So here comes another report.
The Commission is studying the 20-year-old Jewish settlements in British-mandated Palestine.
The 1939 White Paper created a conflict between the British and the Zionists for the first time, because it rejected partition and said the solution was for Palestine to gain independence within 10 years, with everyone living there sharing it together. Crucially, it also imposed severe limits on Jewish land purchases and immigration. To the Zionists, this felt like a betrayal. In response, some set off bombs across the country, killing dozens of Palestinians. But soon, everyone was distracted by something much bigger. More than 60 million people were killed in World War II, including with a large number of them trying to find safety in Palestine despite the British limit on Jewish immigration. This set off a more direct confrontation between the Zionists and the British, with Palestinians often targeted as well. The Zionists knew two things. Militarily, they were stronger than the Palestinians, and Britain was exhausted by World War II, so it wouldn't have the stomach to keep fighting in Palestine. they were right. In 1947, after 30 years of occupation, Britain announced it was quitting Palestine and asked the newly formed United Nations to clean up its mess. All right, 1947 and 1948 are the most pivotal years in this story. So let's take a look at how things are lining up. During British rule, Jews had gone from 10% to 30% of the population and owned about 6% of the land. Under Ben-Gurion's leadership, the Jewish Agency was pretty much functioning as a government for the Jewish community. And the Zionist militias had tens of thousands of soldiers, modern weapons, and officers who'd already fought in World War II. On the other side, the Palestinians hadn't been allowed to develop their own administration or military. But as they waited for the UN solution, they were still the majority all over the country. In November 1947, the UN, then only made up of a fraction of the world's countries, voted to partition Palestine. This plan marked off 55% of the country for a Jewish state, but the UN never explained how it could be a Jewish state when half the people in its territory were Palestinian. To nobody's surprise, Palestinians, and in fact all Arabs, rejected the UN's plan. Ben-Gurion and the Zionist leadership accepted, but they saw an opportunity. With the British on the way out, the Zionists knew they would have the strongest military in Palestine. Their forces were instructed to seize more territory than they'd been awarded by the UN, and to do what was necessary to reduce the number of Palestinians in it. In cities like Haifa, the militia set off car bombs in Palestinian neighborhoods. They attacked villages and forced residents out.
Haganah troops have driven the Arabs out of the beleaguered city, taking many prisoners.
After inspecting parts of Western Jerusalem that had been emptied of Palestinians, Ben-Gurion said,
"In many Arab neighborhoods in the West, you do not see even one Arab. If we persist, it is quite possible that in the next 6 or 8 months, there will be considerable changes in the country, and to our advantage."
One of the events that helped speed up these changes took place on April 9th, 1948, when the village of Deir Yassin was attacked. A British government report to the United Nations describes the scene. 250 people were killed in circumstances of great savagery. Women and children were stripped, lined up, photographed, and then slaughtered by automatic firing. The story of what happened at Deir Yassin set off panic all over the country. As news spread, people fled, fearing they would be next. Historians have recorded dozens of similar massacres during this period. Each time, they would result in entire communities fleeing.
תמיד הייתה הוראה, והייתה הוראה של בן גוריון, לגרש את האנשים משם. כבשנו את המקום, טרקטורים חרשו את המקום. חרשו. לא נשאר זכר שכבר. למה? לא רצו שתהיה, לא חזר. ולא זכר של המקום.
By the time 1,000 Palestinians had fled, the night before, David Ben-Gurion announced the founding of the State of Israel, with himself as its first prime minister. He was standing under a giant portrait of Herzl, 51 years after Herzl had predicted this very moment. The Zionist militias came together as the newly formed Israel Defense Forces, but the fighting wasn't over. With the British out of the way, soldiers from several Arab countries entered Palestine, but the Israeli army was better equipped, better organized, and unlike the Arab armies, had a unified command and backing from several European countries. Israeli forces pushed into places that the UN had assigned to the Palestinian state, like the towns of Lidda and Ramle. 50,000 people were forced to flee from there, many on foot, in what became known as the Lidda Death March. After being emptied, the towns were given Hebrew names, Lod and Ramla. Like in many other emptied towns, the buildings and homes were taken over by the new Israeli state and given to Jews. By the time the UN secured an armistice, 3/4 of the Palestinian people had become refugees. In Arabic, they call this the Nakba, literally the catastrophe. The new state of Israel made up 78% of what had been Palestine. The remaining parts were annexed by Jordan or taken over by Egypt. A year later, the UN passed a resolution calling for all Palestinian refugees to be allowed to return home. They never have been. Palestine had been erased. In the decade since, attempts to resolve this conflict have again tried to part the territory offered. Ironically, Israel is still struggling to maintain the population advantage it gained in 1948 when it forced all those people out, because in 1967, it occupied the West Bank and Gaza, bringing all the Palestinians living there under its rule. And so today, the population of Jews and non-Jews in this land is roughly equal. But those living under occupation have no rights, no citizenship, and no prospect of independence. The Nakba-era tactics of settlement, home demolitions, and expulsion are still used against them. It wants nothing to do with the millions under its rule. International, Israeli, and Palestinian human rights groups say this system is a form of apartheid. To see if that's an accurate description of Israel more than 100 years after Balfour's promise, watch this video here.
Pounds heavier than they should be. And it's not fat. It's actually rock hard, dried out poop that's become cemented to the walls of their colon. This 20-pound mass of hardened poop causes thin women to look bigger than they should. It slows digestion and causes bloating and terrible cramps. And it almost certainly makes it hard to enjoy any trip to the bathroom, if you even have one at all that day. And if you feel constipated at least once a week, never have yogurt, pickled foods, or prune juice. Despite what you may have heard, these foods will not help if you're backed up. And these foods can even make your digestive problems worse. Yogurt, for instance, it's full of probiotics that are supposed to help you digest food. But if you're backed up and your digestion moves slower than it should, then having a probiotic food like yogurt is like throwing a match into a puddle of gasoline. It will ferment the food in your stomach until it begins to rot. And as a foul-smelling gas fills every inch of the gut, the belly will balloon bigger and bigger to give that bloated, puffed up look. And as many have experienced, this doesn't feel that great either. This is also the problem that happens with pickled foods like sauerkraut and beets. And prune juice? Well, prune juice is high in fiber. And what fiber does is it makes your stool bigger. Normally, this tells your body it's time to go to the bathroom. But when you're already backed up, something like prune juice will make that mass of hardened poop even bigger. This means the only exit out of your body gets even smaller. And once enough hardened poop becomes stuck in your colon, it can actually send you into digestive arrest. This is when the muscles of your intestines cannot contract against that rock hard mass. And so digestion slows even further. This is the real problem with psyllium husk, beans, and other high fiber foods. So what can you do? Well, the newest research has all centered around something called the 7-second poop method. And after Dr. Gina's 7-second method, they're totally regular. Their doctors are shocked when they're told it's all because of the 7-second poop method they do each morning. Dr. Sam created a short presentation that shows you how to do this 7-second method. And if you tap the button below this video, it'll pop up for you. And if you're someone who feels backed up, bloated, and constipated, then this 7-second method may be just what the doctor ordered. Tap the button below to see the secret behind Dr. Sam's 7-second poop method now, so you can get relief.
Let me show you how we do stuff around here.
Actually, my department uses Monday.com, so I'm good.
A work management tool? No, that's not for me.
Well, Monday.com is all about flexibility, so you can make it your own. You could choose pre-built layouts for anything or build your own workflow. You just open a board, you choose the columns you need, you can move them around or filter by what's most important for you. That way you're not always chasing your work, you perfect your process.
I gotta show this to Ted. Hey, Ted! He's remote until Wednesday.
No problem. We just tag Ted on Monday, write an update, and there you go.
Okay, so how do I use it?
You just go to Monday.com and you can see all your work. You can get a broad view of everything you do or celebrate a small win. It's actually kind of fun.
Okay, so how does one sign up? I'm just asking for Ted.
Just go to Monday.com and start your free trial today.
Hi, this is Matt Baker. Today I'm going to go through the timeline of Jerusalem in order to answer the question, who controlled the city the longest? Located at the crossroads of 3 continents and considered holy by 3 major religions, Jerusalem is the most fought over city in all of world history. According to the historian Eric Klein, Jerusalem has been besieged 23 times, attacked 52 times, and captured or recaptured 44 times. So yeah, it's changed hands a lot. And even today, there's still much controversy over who should control it. Should it be seen as being primarily a Jewish city or primarily a Muslim city? Or perhaps it should be a city that is shared by both. Let's check out the long history of this important city in order to better understand the topic. But first, let me ask you a question. Do you like books? I know I do. In fact, I like books so much that I often find myself not having enough time to read everything that I want to read. Well, luckily, there's Blinkist. Basically, Blinkist takes best-selling nonfiction books and condenses them down to their main ideas. So take, for example, this book, Jerusalem, the biography. It's a whopping 756 pages. However, using Blinkist, you can listen to an in-depth summary of the book's key ideas in less than half an hour. Currently, Blinkist has over 5,000 titles in 27 different categories. In the history category, they recently added this great new book about prehistory called The Dawn of Everything, as well as this best-selling biography of Genghis Khan. Over in the religion category, you'll find Henry Louis Gates Jr.'s new book, The Black Church, as well as Why I Am a Hindu by Shashi Tharoor. So if you want to start learning with Blinkist, you can do so right now. As a Useful Charts viewer, you will get a 7-day free trial, followed by 25% off a premium membership. Just check out the link in the description or pinned comment. Also, please note that today's video is part of a massive collaboration between a bunch of different YouTubers called Project Middle East. I'll leave a link to the full playlist at the end of this video. According to the archaeological record, the first evidence of a permanent settlement near what is today Jerusalem dates to around 4000 BCE. However, the first written record we have of the city dates to around 2000 BCE, during the time of the Egyptian Middle Kingdom. Egyptian records from that time mention a place called Rusalimum, which is likely the same place as Jerusalem, although this is not 100% certain. Note that both names contain the 3-letter root SLM, which is the basis for the Arabic word salam and the Hebrew word shalom, both of which mean peace. However, the root may have originally come from the name of a Canaanite god called Shalim. Either way, there's not much that we can know about the city between the years 2000 and 1000 BCE. This period is generally called the Canaanite period, and it represents the time before the arrival of the Israelites. The only thing that can be safely assumed about this period is that the city was likely under the control of the Egyptian New Kingdom because we know that the Egyptians controlled most of the Levant during those years, which is interesting because according to the Bible, this is when the Exodus supposedly took place, meaning that a literal version of the Exodus story is very unlikely because it would have the Israelites escaping from one part of the Egyptian empire simply to travel to another part of the Egyptian empire. However, it does back up the general idea that the story contains some kind of memory of an escape from Egyptian control. Anyway, around the year 1200, we get a major event known as the Bronze Age collapse, in which many civilizations in the area, including Egypt, suddenly declined. This was followed by a period of Dark Ages, which lasted until around 850 BCE, when suddenly we get lots of written records again. Records that make it clear that the area was now under the control of a group of people known as the Israelites. Where exactly the Israelites came from is a bit of a mystery, but the current consensus is that they were likely a subset of Canaanites who lived in the hill country and or belonged to a certain social class. And that when the larger Canaanite cities along the coast were destroyed during the Bronze Age collapse, this particular subset of people ended up filling the void, eventually becoming known as the Israelites. According to the Bible, an early Israelite leader named David captured Jerusalem from a Canaanite group known as the Jebusites around the year 1000 BCE. And thereafter, it became the capital of the southern Israelites, who eventually formed the kingdom of Judah, from which we get the terms Jew and Judaism. I'm therefore going to start my record keeping of who controlled Jerusalem with the Judahites, who controlled the city from approximately 1000 BCE to 586 BCE for a total of 414 years, even though our knowledge of the early part of that period is quite shady. I'm also going to count that entire time as being dominated by the Jewish religion, even though Judaism during that time was certainly quite a bit different than it is today. And true monotheism may not have even developed until near to the end of the period. Moving on, in the year 586 BCE, Jerusalem and the original Jewish temple there were completely destroyed by King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. However, the Babylonians only remained in power for 47 years, because starting in 539 BCE, they were conquered by the Achaemenid Persian Empire. During the Persian period, which lasted 207 years, many Jews returned to Jerusalem, and the city, as well as its temple, was going to once again count this period as being dominated by Judaism, because the Persians were famous for giving local. This was certainly the case in the province of Yehud, which is what the Persians called the area that much of the Jewish Bible was compiled in Jerusalem. Okay, so in 332 BCE, Alexander the Great captured Jerusalem 68 years. During this time, power shifted back and forth between several different Greek dynasties, with the two main ones being the Ptolemies, who held the city in total for 107 years, and the Seleucids, who held it for 33 years. During this time, though, Judaism remained the official religion in Jerusalem, except for the final 3 years, which is when a statue of Zeus was placed in the temple. This event led to the Maccabean Revolt and the beginning of the Hasmonean period, during which the Jews were able to reestablish a mostly independent kingdom. They held on to power for 101 years until 63 BCE, when the famous Roman general Pompey besieged the city and made Judea a client state of Rome. Rome then went on to control the city in one way or another, pretty much for the next 676 years. Sure, the Roman Republic eventually evolved into the Roman Empire, and then the Roman Empire in the East eventually evolved into what is called the Byzantine Empire. But basically, it was the same state controlling Jerusalem throughout this entire time. However, the official religion of Jerusalem changed a few times during this period. Initially, the Romans allowed the Jews to continue to practice Judaism in the city and to keep their temple there. But in 66 CE, the Jews launched a rebellion against Rome, one that eventually failed and led to the complete destruction of Jerusalem for the second time in its history, in the year 70 CE. The Second Temple was also completely destroyed, and to date, no Jewish temple has ever been rebuilt in Jerusalem. So I'm going to add 132 years to the Judaism total for the years 63 BCE to 70 CE. Now, for the next 60 years, Jerusalem pretty much lay in ruins. However, in the year 130, Emperor Hadrian decided to rebuild the city, but this time he named it Aelia. He created a temple to Jupiter on the exact site where the Jewish temple had once stood, and he prohibited Jews from entering the new city. He also built a temple to Venus. This, of course, enraged the Jews, and it led to the Bar Kokhba revolt, during which the Jews were able to take control for about 3 years. But the Bar Kokhba revolt failed, and the two pagan temples stood until the year 326, which is around the time that the religion of the Roman Empire started to shift towards Christianity. At that point, the pagan temples were destroyed, and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which marks the traditional site of Jesus' crucifixion and burial, was built on the former location of the temple to Venus. It was also around this time that the name of the city was changed back to Jerusalem. But it's important to remember that for about 193 years, Jerusalem was essentially a pagan city where the ancient Roman religion was practiced. So that bumps up paganism's total to 196. I'll also add 3 years to Judaism's total to represent the Bar Kokhba years. Let's now consider the period between 326 and 614. During these 288 years, Jerusalem was very much a Christian city. So let's add Christianity to the list and start with 288 years. This pretty much brings us to the end of the Roman period, because in 614, Jerusalem was once again mostly destroyed, this time by the Sassanid Empire, with the help of the Jews. In fact, there was much hope among the Jews at this time that Jerusalem would once again become a Jewish city. There was even an attempt to build a third temple, but this failed, and the Sassanid control of Jerusalem lasted a mere 15 years. In 629, the Romans, or Byzantines, took back the city for 7 more years, but things were about to change in a big way. The year 636 marks what is very likely the most important turning point in the history of Jerusalem. It was 4 years after the death of Muhammad, and the new religion of Islam was spreading across the Middle East like wildfire. In 636, Caliph Umar conquered Jerusalem, making it, for the first time ever, a primarily Muslim city. However, freedom of religion was granted to both Jews and Christians as well. In the year 691, the Dome of the Rock was built on the site where the Jewish temple once stood, near to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. It stands to this very day and is currently Jerusalem's most famous landmark. I should point out, though, that the Dome of the Rock is not itself a mosque. It is a shrine that is located next to a mosque, that mosque being the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The shrine covers what is the exact location where the Holy of Holies was located. The Holy of Holies being the innermost part of the Jewish temple, a room that supposedly held God's presence and where the high priest entered only once per year. Cutting straight through the foundation stone is a hole that leads to a secret chamber known as the Well of Souls. According to legend, this may have been the place where the Ark of the Covenant, now long gone, was hidden during the days of the original temple. But back to the timeline. The original Muslim caliphate, called the Rashidun Caliphate, eventually became controlled by the Umayyad dynasty, and then by the Abbasid dynasty. But even though historians speak of these periods as being 3 different caliphates, really they can be considered a single state, which I'm going to call the Arab Empire. And the Arab Empire controlled Jerusalem all the way up to the year 969, except for the years 878 to 904, when a breakaway state in Egypt controlled by the Tulunids captured the city. This gives the Arab Empire a total of 307 years in control of Jerusalem, and the Tulunids 26. The next major group to control Jerusalem were the Fatimids, who created a rival Shia caliphate and who captured Jerusalem in 969. The Fatimids controlled the city for 104 years, followed by an independent emir named Atsiz ibn Uaq for 4 years, and then the Seljuk Turks for 21 years. At this point, the Fatimids took back the city for a single year before it fell to the Christian Crusaders in 1099. So by this point, Jerusalem had been a primarily Muslim city for 488 years. But in 1099, it once again became a primarily Christian city, the Crusaders massacring most of the Muslim and Jewish inhabitants and converting the Dome of the Rock into a church. They established the Kingdom of Jerusalem, which was ruled from the city of Jerusalem by European Christian nobles for the next 88 years. But in 1187, it was captured by a Muslim leader named Saladin, who was the founder of the Ayyubid Sultanate, based out of Egypt. At this point, the Kingdom of Jerusalem continued, but it no longer included the actual city of Jerusalem. Instead, the Ayyubids basically controlled the city until 1260, although for 15 years between 1229 and 1244, they agreed to let the Christians control it again, based on a treaty made during the Sixth Crusade. And for 2 years between 1244 and 1246, when it was controlled by the Khwarezmians. Okay, in the year 1260, Jerusalem came under the control of the recently created Mamluk Sultanate, which had replaced the Ayyubid Sultanate in Egypt. Initially, it had to contend with the Mongols, who surprisingly reached all the way to Jerusalem, allying with the European Crusaders in their attempt to recapture the city. But the Mamluks eventually won those conflicts, and they remained in control of Jerusalem until 1516, which is when the Ottomans took over. So the Mamluks come in at 256 years. And as you can see, the number of years that the city was held by Muslims continues to go up. The Ottomans held Jerusalem for a whopping 401 years, all the way to 1917, which is when the city fell to the British during World War I. But by this time, Jerusalem was no longer a majority Muslim city. Starting around the 1830s, the Jewish population in Jerusalem started to rise significantly, so that by the year 1850, the city was pretty much equally divided between Jews and Muslims, with a sizable Christian minority as well. So I'm going to give 401 years to the Muslim column, but I'm also going to add 67 years to the Judaism column, representing the time from 1850 onwards when Jerusalem was inhabited by both Jews and Muslims. And from here on out, I'll continue to credit both Judaism and Islam equally. So taking things up to today, we get the British Mandate, which lasted for 31 years, followed by joint control by both Israel and Jordan for 19 years, followed finally by de facto control by Israel for the last 55 years. I say de facto because while Israel has, in practice, full control of the city, this control is disputed by Palestine, with no end to the disagreement in sight. Okay, so we're now ready to draw some conclusions. From our tally, it's clear that the state that controlled the city of Jerusalem the longest would be the Romans, followed by the ancient kingdom of Judah and the much more recent Ottoman Empire. In terms of religion, Islam dominated the city for about 1,283 years, Judaism for 1197 years, and Christian from all of this is that based on history, no one culture or religion can claim to have an exclusive right to the city. The timeline of Jerusalem clearly shows that it has a very diverse history, especially when it comes to religion. And this ought to be something that is considered going forward. Personally, I'd like to see some sort of joint control over Jerusalem.
they were either Ethiopians or Philistines, okay? Either or, they would still be descended from the tribes of Ham. That was my thinking on the people that we are seeing looping in the video clips here. That's my thinking. Okay, the Ministry of the Real Truth in the chat says, yeah, Captain Tazak of Senator Live said there was black in Jerusalem in Roman days. There were separated from Jews and in prison. Now, I do believe, just to put this out there, and we've talked about this many times before on this channel, I believe that the whole planet was black people, including the descendants of Japheth. And at some point when the human bloodline was infiltrated, various regions of the world began to be whited out. And this is why we produced the Whited Out documentary series in the first place, because it was becoming very, very clear to us that the whole planet was black and that something infiltrated the human bloodline. This is why Discover magazine came out with the magazine years ago, the cover where the title said, "You Are Not Human." And in that particular issue of the magazine, it discussed the fact that the modern day Asians and Europeans, okay, so just like House of Judah says, "Are ye not like the children of Ethiopia unto me?" And we included that in the Women of the Bible book, where that was because we're trying to get our people who are stuck in Christianity to understand that the Bible is our history book. So we included that passage in that book where it talked about us being as the children of Ethiopia unto the Most High. Yeah. So this is why I believe too, and I pointed this out, that they have been trying to white out the Ethiopians, and they've been trying to say as well that they are actually kind of white, come from the white race. And I said, oh my goodness, when I did a search on that, they're actually trying to say that Ethiopians are affiliated with the white race. And I'm like, somebody needs some glasses, you know, and not just that. If you understand what actually happened, what actually happened was that so-called white people are a mutation. Scientists have said that. That's what scientists said. For the person who's talking about Noah in the chat, Noah was actually an albino. This is why Noah and his wife was able to produce 3 black children, because he was an albino. We covered that in the Whited Out documentary series as well. We actually found a family that's alive today that actually mimics what Noah's family would have looked like. It was an African wife, a husband that was albino, and all of their children, every last one of them, were deeply melanated like the children of Africa. Deeply melanated. Thank you for deleting that ignorant comment in there. People are they are so disrespectful sometimes when they come onto another person's channel. Ain't nobody over here trying to overthink anything. We're just trying to tie up all of the loose ends, and we're trying to correct the misinformation that has been put out there. Okay, so if that is your thinking, go to a European channel and hype them up if that's what you want to do. But let me tell you something. On this channel, we are all about revealing and uncovering the truth, because for far too long, the world has been flooded with misinformation. Jerry Early says, thank you, B1. Sister watching over here in Big Island, Hawaii. Hawaii is in the house. Shalom to you, Brother Jerry. I hope that you are enjoying living there or visiting. I don't know what it is, but thank you for chiming in to let us know where you're viewing us from. I bet it's so beautiful over there. We can only imagine. But yes, exactly. What we are trying to do here, family, we are trying to reveal more and more truth because the truth has been stolen, it's been hidden, and it's been covered over. The whole earth is trying to sort through. Notice I say sort through. It's a shame when the truth is like finding a needle in a haystack. It's a shame. A literal shame when the truth is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. We're trying to sort through all of the lies that have been put out there by who? Does anybody have any idea who put those lies out there? Who circulated them all around the planet? While I take a sip, I'm going to give you all some time to catch up and give me some answers. Who do y'all think flooded the world with all these lies and misinformation? Okay, someone asked, where in the Bible does it say what the Bible describes Noah looking like the fallen angels? That is in the book of Enoch. Now, I know a lot of people don't believe in the book of Enoch. Be covered in the book of Enoch. There's a reason why they wanted that book gone, because it testifies more in detail as to where they came from. Thank you for all of those who put Esau in there. That's who flooded the world with all this stuff. Yeah, the world has been flooded with all of this stuff. Now, for the person who asked who are the people in the videos, now they are saying that this is the oldest film of Jerusalem, circa 1925. And I'm saying before it was whited out, to coincide with the documentary series that we put out. The world, the whole planet has been whited out. It has been whited out. And it is our job to uncover all of this stuff. It's our job. We can't wait for anybody else to do it, because even when they bring the truth, they water it down so badly to where you just don't know what's being said. Like I think about that one minister who said he don't care if Jesus had a jerry curl dripping from his head. He didn't care if he was white, brown, olive. He said all of these different things, and as many of you pointed out, he never did say black, right? Now, I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that, well, maybe he was considering the brown to be actual black people, but we know that it was probably paining him to say black, knowing that that is a direct connection to us, right? Not that we are black people, because I don't identify as black, but for the sake of conversation, most of our people look at us as black because this is what we've been told a lie for so long, right? But he said he didn't care if he had olive skin or white skin or brown skin, but he never said black because it pains them too much. It pains them too much to even try to connect to anything. Now, I want to say this again for those who just don't understand. The whole planet at one time, the whole planet was black. And over time has been whited out because the human bloodline was infiltrated. Now, I want to try to see real quick if I can find something for you guys. Something that I actually put it out recently, but for the sake of the conversation here, I want to try to see if I can find it again. If I can't, that's fine too. But yes, just give me one moment here. I have that video on loop so if you all are wondering why it's showing the same thing over and over again, that is why. So here it is, right here. Let's see what date this was so I can try to retrieve that. Sorry about that. So there was a video that I did about a month ago where this African scholar, he actually said, when God created, see if I can get the exact date for this one. He said when God created the world, there were no white people. Now, he was just giving you all just truth. You know, it hadn't any kind of way. You know, people get all in their feelings when you're telling the truth. So that was March 5th that I put that out. But they get all in their feelings. All at the same time, they put out so many lies, so many insulting, evil things concerning so-called Black people, you know. And when we try to put out the truth, you know, people, like I said, get all in their feelings. And you say to yourself, why can't people just be honest? Why can't people just do the right thing? What's wrong with the truth that you don't want it out there? What's wrong with the truth? I know what's wrong with the truth. The truth is a hard pill to swallow for a whole lot of people. It's a hard pill to swallow. And this is why people try to cover it over. They don't want it out there. This is why you have folk who literally try to hide the truth. So let me see this right here. What I'll do, I'll just bring it up on the screen right here for you guys to see. I want you to go take a look at this when you get a chance. Go take a look at it, and some interesting things that this brother right here said. But let me get it for you here. But this video right here.
Okay, so y'all must be millionaires or just plain stupid, because how the hell is the state giving out these $5,000 health spending cards right now and y'all ain't claiming it? Every day y'all be complaining that, oh, them folks in power don't look out for us and they care about them migrants more than they care about us. But then when it's right in your face that you can claim a $5,000 spending card as long as you ain't on Medicaid and go spend it on whatever the hell you want, y'all really be ignoring it? Y'all gonna drive me crazy out here. Right now, everything's costing an arm and a leg. Gas prices sky high. People are losing their homes because they can't make rent. Bills overdue, debt stacking up like never before. And here's Uncle Sam handing out $5,000. That's life-changing money for anyone right now. They're doing this because of that new bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. It's like those stimulus checks, but bigger, and you ain't got to pay back a dime. This is for us and not those migrants who be getting VIP treatment on everything. So what is your excuse for not claiming it? It only takes like 3 minutes. You can click the same link below right here that I did if you want that $5,400 spending card too. They only ask you 2 quick questions, then put you through to one of those reps that just make sure you straight and answer any questions. They real helpful. It's finally our time to get this bread and get what's ours instead of everything going to those migrants. This is too easy. Y'all stop being dummies, man. I know y'all been seeing them ads with people just like us talking about how they applied for a $5,000 spending card and they got it. Sure, I was a little skeptical too. I ain't gonna lie. I thought it was cap when I first seen it. But when I saw it was from Uncle Sam, I knew I didn't have a thing to lose. Ain't like the government can scam me. So I knew it had to be legit. I went and applied for it and it was easy as hell. Didn't need no paperwork or nothing. And it only took like 24 hours for me to get my spending card.
When you get a chance, go take a look at it. It's on my channel here. It's called When God Created the World, There Were No White People. Okay, this is an African scholar, and he is explaining all of this, right? He's explaining all of this, and it wasn't in a mean, upset, angry way. People think that we are being Afrocentric, is what they call it, right? Or they think that we're being trying to have a superiority complex, and that's not us at all. You know, what Black people are actually doing is just trying to say, look, we've heard the lies for far too long. We're tired of it. The truth is revealing itself. The truth actually sounds more realistic than all of the lies that have been thundered out into the world. And so that's what we're putting out there. And we're sorry if it hurts your feelings, but you know what? It is what it is. The truth is what it is, whether we like it or not. The truth will always be. And see, folk don't like us coming into the truth. This is why. Let me take a look at this. This is why So Angela in the chat, she says, Sister Deborah, did you hear about a woman on day of the eclipse stabbed her husband to death and pushed her 8-month-old baby and 9-year-old boy out of the car? Baby died in that. No, I didn't hear about that at all. I did hear about they said it's a woman that was into astrology. She did something. But for me, a lot of people are trying to attach things to the eclipse. And I don't necessarily see it that way, only because we've had these crazy stories for decades that have been just going on constantly, even weeks and days before the eclipse. And even after the eclipse, we've been hearing these kinds of stories where people are snapping. They have a whole series out called Snapped because people have been doing this. But I do believe that people are trying to attach these things to the eclipse because they were saying that really strange things are going to be happening. Most people said that these things are going to be happening, like the earth is just going to be destroyed after the eclipse. But these occurrences of people doing all of this crazy stuff, we've been seeing that for quite some time. But anyway, looking at some of your comments here. Yeah, the woman who was into astrology, she was into some tripped out things, and that could have very well played a role. You know, we were looking at some videos, some documentaries recently, where when you tap into the dark side, you're opening up a door or a gate. You know, we did a broadcast years ago, opening the door to demons, right? So people essentially open doors. Okay, Angela says that's her, the astrologer. She wrote a note about the eclipse. Yeah, that.
In conclusion, the original black man and original black woman are indigenous to Alkebulan, aka Africa. Alkebulan, aka Afro-Eurasia, is a landmass comprising of the continents of Africa, Asia, and Europe, which is one continuous landmass. Indigenous black people are indigenous to this planet. Understand this, people. You see, when you learn our story, then you can clearly see the lies in his story. So again, stay vigilant out in these streets, indigenous black people. Be cognizant of what's going on around you in plain sight. So I'm going to leave you in the manner in which I came, with a universal prayer. In the name of the universal creator of heaven and earth and everything in between, please continue to bless my listeners, their family, their friends. Universal creator, you are all wise, and unto you we all shall return. But until then, we give you the praise and glory that is due to you from this life into the hereafter. In the name of the universal creator of heaven and earth and everything in between, in your name we pray that this shall be done. So again, stay vigilant, practice self-preservation, reach one, teach one, peace, and take care.